long. I don't even remember how to play, so I am going to check what I got. Man, I haven't played this game in 3 years. There's some autosaves and some quick saves. I'm not exactly sure where I left off. I don't even remember how much I played. I think I'm just gonna start a new game. Yeah, I'm gonna start a new game. Single player. Prefer story and exploration over being challenged in combat. This is difficulty for you. Classic Divinity experience. You'll need to wits about you both. Let's go classic mode because I don't remember how to play. I think you start off in a boat, right? If I remember correctly. Now, 1 second. I'm gonna go ahead and put this on so you can't hear the TV. There you go. Alright, so I can be a girl or a guy. I'm gonna be a girl. Oh wait, these are Madam Mage. Let's see. Well, we'll check that right now, because...
Have I got anything that needs a good firing? Better to detonate that mine safely than trip...
I may have a blade or two that could use a homing.
Careful now. That's a trap. Better to detonate that mine safely than trip over it myself.
You know what? I'm gonna be a dude. Nova. Let's see.
Have I got anything that needs a good firing? I may have a blade or two that could use a honing.
What can I cook up today?
A whetstone. Now, what do I have that needs sharpening?
Well, it could be like orcish color, huh? I think this is a normal one. Can I like zoom in? No? Okay. What the hell? Ah, dang it, this is player 2. I'm just gonna stay as a girl though.
Look out! I see it. I may have a blade or two. I may have a blade or two.
A whetstone. Quite useful for a war-weary blade.
Okay. Haha. I wish there were more hairs. What is his appearance, starting skills, and battle range? Cleric. Gentle, fighter. Inquisitor. What's Inquisitor? Ah. Knight. Oh, yeah. Archer, nah. Rogue, nah. Well, I'm guessing since, loyal. I'm gonna be loyal. Can't change the way the armor looks, huh? Start game, rotate character, browse, change character class. Start the game. Let's see. Just in case.
In the days of old, the sorcerer...
I was really hoping to find something better. If I didn't know there were orc ships raiding to the west, I'd miss...
Is that a corpse? What's it doing here alone?
What, did you expect it to have an entourage? Can you believe this? The man jumped off a cliff at the behest of some statues, of all things.
Pure madness. How could someone be so utterly naive?
Agreed. Call me...
Source hunters! How did they find us?
Take the stone to the temple. These whelps will be easy to crush.
As you say, Madam Conduit.
Arise, fair dead! Seize upon our enemies!
To me, my friends! I can heal all of us at once! Take no prisoners!
On guard!
Light of the gods!
The time of your death is at hand!
Their leader said something about escaping with a stone.
stolen from this dungeon. Those thieves were more...
We can't well...
Until...
It's heating up.
There must be some way to open this.
This seems to be broken. This seems to be broken. Careful! There's a mine in the middle of our path.
Someone must have an interest in protecting whatever's kept here.
Better to detonate that mine safely than trip over. Better to detonate that mine safely than trip over it myself. Better to detonate that mine safely than trip over it myself.
On the mend!
This seems to be broken. I've always heard there's typically more to a king's tomb than meets the eye.
It could be a myth, or it could be our lucky day.
under lock and key. This seems to be broken.
What's this?
Seems to be
I
broken.
found something.
Come, let's have another drink.
Hold it right there, orc scum! No one slips past the Legion unchallenged.
Calm down, Junius. Doesn't look like one of them orcs to me. Not a single horn in sight, you know.
Just hold your tongue, will you, Bibius? Can't be too careful. We are sworn to protect Scythiel.
So, you're source hunters, are you? And how are we supposed to verify that's true? We can't read, my friend. So for all we know, those papers say you're a polymorph parrot on the lookout for a two-bedroom birdcage. They don't prove a thing.
You know what? We'll take you two to the wizard. I know he reads. He has books large as a house, that one. Yeah, he'll squeeze the truth out of you, one way or another.
I don't need an escort, especially not a drunken one. Back off or face me.
And face me too. You two are a disgrace to your uniforms.
You defy the Legion, will you?
Target dances in shadows.
Well, there we have it. 2 dead legionnaires.
They deserved it, the cretins.
Right you are.
weapons to welcome you.
Did you see that? Those orcs had a human commander.
Who is that joker?
How very curious.
Damn traitor.
And how
Where
very
are Bibius
disquiet.
and Junius? Didn't they hear the fight?
One day, comrade, vengeance will be ours. I like you much better with your guts on the
I like
floor.
you much better with your guts on the floor.
Hail, Source Hunter. Why, I don't think I could ask for a more welcome sight on these cursed beaches. The Legion welcomes you. Oh, I'm not so different from any other soldier you'll meet round these parts. We've all lost more comrades here in Scythial than most do in an entire military career. It's these orcs. Now that they have bees in their bonnets about God only knows, we need every hand we can get. That rat-faced shaman of theirs even went to the trouble of launching a fireball at a ship in the harbour to the west of here. It's hard to say. That ship needs attention, and fast, or she's as good as sunk. Got any special source hunter tricks to make a blue sky turn to rain clouds? Beats me what traitorous madness came over that dog. A man among orcs? It'd be like one of your kind running with a sorcerer. Whatever the Cur's incentive to raise swords alongside that murderous lot, let's all hope it was a private grudge. Can you imagine if we had to add a slew of wild-eyed, orc-loving bedlamites to our list of enemies in Scythial?
Oi! The Source Hunter! Nice to see these winds are blowing more than bloody orcs our way. Welcome. Beats me what traitorous madness came over that dog. A man among orcs! It'd be like one of your kind running with a sorcerer. Whatever the Cur's incentive to raise swords alongside that murderous lot, let's all hope it was a private grudge. Can you imagine if we had to add a slew of wild-eyed, orc-loving bedlamites to our list of enemies in Scythial? I'm a proud legionnaire and always will be, but I thought we'd be doing more slashing and less dying when we landed in Scythial. Bloody orcs are at it again. Beats me what on earth they want in Scythial. This is their second attack within as many weeks. And that rat-faced shaman of theirs even went to the trouble of launching a fireball at a ship in the...
Taken before his time. Far.
What's all this ruckus? Sounded worse than a dozen tomcats fighting over the world's last mackerel. Ah, but I see we've suffered another orc landing. And judging by the relative ease with which it was dispatched, I can only come to one conclusion. Source hunters have arrived in Sicil. You're as welcome as a glass of cooled milk on a hot day, my friend. I'm Ahu, at your service. It was I who requested your presence in this troubled city.
When this little charm fades, she'll liberate the flesh from our faces.
So you were, and so you weren't. Behold! There we are. Meet my other half, Hunter. Ha ha! No need to look so flabbergasted. I may be a wizard rife with tricks and guile, but I assure you my plea is an earnest one. So, now that the cat is out of the bag, let us turn to the matter of Councillor Jake's murder. It's hard to put my finger on it, but I can feel in my very whiskers that sorcery was at play. Visit the scene of the crime, and I'd bet sardines for salad you'll say the same. Captain Aureus, though, the local commander of the Legion, insists I'm seeing ghosts. I insist he's blind to all but the undead. So there are, or rather, there is. Popular opinion has it his wife did the deed. But to be frank, I have my doubts.
Bringing your little orcish girlfriend here is like bringing a wolf to a hen house.
Nonsense. Listen. She's purring, darling.
What fool would trust a two-bit love potion out of a back-page circular from youthful gore? An orc in love. Ha! When this little charm fades, she'll liberate the flesh from our faces.
Upon my dear fanged flesh.
She seems a likely candidate, to be sure, but that would make her a sorceress. Esmeralda knows how to charm, yes, but I just don't see her magic extend beyond a frolicsome look and wink.
Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all our sakes.
Still, don't simply take my word for it, Hunter. It may be well worth your while to cross-examine her yourself. The Legion has her under guard in her shop near the town square. That's where you'll find... Jake was murdered in a downstairs room of the King Crab Inn, up in Sicil proper. The Legion keeps it under lock and key, though, so you'll need Aureus's permission should you want to have a peek. A human, you say? Truly? But that would be like a kitten leading a wolf pack. And yet, I have heard rumors about a sect of sorts, a shadowy set of worshippers that associate even with orcs. Some say they're sorcerers, but people will say that about anyone who behaves a bit strangely nowadays. I don't quite know what to make of this news, but thank you for informing me. It'd be foolish to dismiss such a curious event out of hand. Unfortunately, that is absolutely correct. The Orc siege is yet another hairball stuck in this city's already choking throat, and it shows no signs of abating. We've cordoned off the western beach where most Orc activity has been reported. For the 9 lives of me, I can't seem to figure what they're doing here. There's nothing of interest along the waterfront, except for a set of caves with an unfavorable reputation. Maybe they're after some pirate's treasure, the fools. Ah, the undead. They've been clawing their way out of the ground for 2 years now. And for 2 years the stalemate between them and the living has been dragging on at a weary pace indeed. The Legion did a good job keeping them at bay, but I think it's fair to say that without my magic-infused ballistae, they'd have gotten the better of us by now. Someone is responsible for the outbreak. Necromancers are at work, but who are they and where do they hide? Alas, that searching for them is like searching for a single louse. Oh, but that's not a trick. It's a blessing. Such magic is a gift to be out, but of course, I'm glad we've met. Once you're there, and with that, I bid you...
Sects, undead, orcs. Looks like we have our work cut out for us.
At least we won't be bored. How about we go see that Aureus chap Arthur mentioned?
Come on, man! Put your backs into it!
Come on, men! Put your backs into it!
We need more help, she's not.
Come on, man! Put your backs into it!
Come on then, put your backs into it!
I don't know how you did that, hocus pocus, but boy, am I grateful. Nothing worse than seeing a fine vessel like that disappear beneath the waves. I thought the old gal's fate was sealed when the Orc shaman set his fiery gaze on her sails. But you managed to rescue her from a watery grave. Closest thing to a miracle I've ever seen.
Really? The greatest warriors in Rivellon can't cross a rope?
I said myself, if I don't start earning an extra gold piece an hour...
Save that sheep all by your lonesome. Quite a feat. If I had the magic touch about me, I'd have lent you my hand too. I thought the old girl's fate was sealed when the Orc shaman set his fiery gaze on her sails. But you managed to rescue her from a watery grave. Closest thing to a miracle I've ever seen.
Size sail, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the one.
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. I'm Sergeant Curtius, proud protector of this house of Legion goods.
Courteous is my name. The Legion is my calling. This is a storing house for Legion supplies. Perhaps the most important building in the realm, by my and others' estimation. And I, Sergeant Courteous, have been trusted to guard it.
Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all our... Ah, who better than a proven orc crusher to convince my dumbbell of a friend here that orcs are predators, not pets?
Enough of that. I know how dangerous an orc can be, but this one has been reformed. Anyone can see that she's completely docile. But my prejudiced friend here still wants to kill her. My friend here and I were patrolling outside the city walls, when who did I see creeping along the shore but this lovely orcish lady? For a brief second, as long as eternity, we locked eyes. Perhaps confused by the butterflies in her stomach, she sprang up and began running, claws bared towards Marius. Fortunately for him, I had the presence of mind to ignore my sword and instead adroitly fling my pouch of trinkets towards her. A vial of love potion shattered over her head, and when she turned to face me, she became instantly enamored. I'm sure she must have been compelled to join the Orcish army under some kind of duress. A lady with such a sweetly savage manner would never willingly join up with those vicious marauders.
Ha! I can assure you there wasn't a hint of sweetness in those murderous eyes when she lunged at my throat. She may be confined here for now, but who's telling when she'll escape and who she'll rip to shreds? Maybe before the Great Orc Raid we had time to indulge Niniush's idiotic obsessions. But now we're needed at our posts. I can hardly believe I've been wasting time protecting an orc when I should be running them through.
Excuse my friend's violent outbursts. He hasn't enjoyed a woman's touch in quite some time now. It makes him a bit edgy.
Your woman's touch is less of a loving caress and more of a claw shanked brutally through the throat. I'll take my chances as a bachelor, thanks. You see, he'd believe it was noon at midnight if he read it on a printed pamphlet. Please tell me you can reason with him, or...
Let her live. If that potion were truly worthless, it wouldn't have been able to charm her in the first place. In this docile state, she may prove to be a source of valuable information.
You're right. The information she provides could well turn the tides here in Sicil.
Bravo! I trust not only the potion, but my scaly sweetheart in and of herself.
You're going to regret this. We're all... Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all our sakes.
One day
She
you'll
wouldn't hurt
show
a
'em
fly,
all.
and I won't let you hurt a horn on her head.
Bringing your little orcish girlfriend here is like bringing a wolf to a hen house.
Nonsense. Listen. She's purring, the darling.
What fool would trust a two-bit love potion out of a back-page circular from youthful gore?
skeptic like you can deny that she loves me.
An orc in love? Ha! When this little charm fades, she'll liberate the flesh from our faces.
Come now, enough doom and gloom. Cast your gaze instead upon my fair faggot filly.
Got the foulest of the lot on my rats.
Halt! These gates are to remain closed at all times. Captain's orders. Well, I'll be a little red imp's uncle, the Source Hunter. Sorry for the gruff treatment. I didn't recognise you right away. Please tell me, how can I aid the You can see security's tighter than ever around here since that surprise attack the Orcs did on a fortnight ago. They did enough damage to shake up Ahu and Captain Aureus something fierce. We can only hope to hold back the undead and these left-field Orc attacks long enough for reinforcements to arrive. I don't think you're quite ready to head out into the wilds to me. Also, a party of 1 or 2 runs the risk of being outflanked and outnumbered. I'll bring some backup if I were you. Of course, the choice is yours, but are you sure you want to venture out? Thank you for heeding my words of warning, Hunter. Scythiel needs you alive and well.
Source Hunters here too.
Well, what's this I've spotted?
Today, I think, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end. I doubt I have to tell you that I am the amazing singing Stefan, the only sentient severed head in Scythiel. My audience sings my praises from hill and dale. Psst, you're a source hunter, aren't you? Oh, bless the seven. Look, you've got to help me. I've been kidnapped. Pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst, now help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There I will reveal everything. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
Hey, stop that!
Fantastic!
Bravo! You there! Take a seat. Prepare to laugh your head off. Cry your eyes out. And I think you've gotten quite familiar enough by now, thanks. Keep your paws in your pockets, if you please. I am Reginald the Illusionist, purveyor of the most amazing... Hard times, Lord...
I think a king.
Tale!
The great Sigurd
My
and his rainbow
word!
of war machines. It is said, and this
Fantastic!
You there! Sit! Stay a while. Right in front. I'll excite you. I'll delight you. I'll beguile you. I'll besmile you. Don't pity me. No, sir. Just a few years ago, I was the all-singing, all-dancing, all-sensational darling of the town. People came from far and wide just to witness my amazing act. When Reginald came, he brought some fantastic prop with him. Now, have you seen it? A talking head! Now, I never expected a silly gimmick like that to be my main competition. It seems even my usually choosy audience has been taken in by that hack's little gizmo. I'm a man of skill, sleight of hand, feats of wit, and pure entertainment. This curio is ruining what used to be an art. And even when there's no crowd to speak of, old Reggie still has at least one fan calling bravo and hee-haw. Sure as the sun sets, that one devotee attracts 5 more, and those 5 more all curious about the commotion. I don't know how he inspires such loyalty with less talent contained between his hat and his boots than I've in my crust. You there? You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you.
Let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Made a big cheese on your book with a wheel of the good stuff.
Lonesome, spiritless. Perhaps wrestling an earth elemental will inject some vim into your routine.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes. Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew and spice and stir and churn.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea.
A good day to you.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for fryer.
Let's see.
Welcome to the Town Hall of Syseal.
We'll have none of that, you hear? That's enough of that now! What? Oh, it's you! Come closer, then. Closer, huh? My ears aren't what they used to be. Nor my eyes, for that matter. Yes, hello, Source Hunter. Our city welcomes you. My elf? What elf? Oh, myself. I am Cecil, Mayor of Syseal, and husband of the stately Cecilia. I've been the mayor here for decades, and I'm quite eager to see Syseal through these difficult times. Yes, very difficult times indeed. Oh, what? Oh, you mean Syseal? Very difficult times indeed. As though the death of Jake, and by source magic no less, weren't enough. We're also facing all sorts of brutish intruders. The undead have overrun all but one northern trade route, while the orcs are making a habit of savaging our beaches. That's not to mention that at the top of this whole caboodle, there's rumors of some new religious sect or cult or some such, sticking its tendrils into the innocent, seven-fearing folks of Syseal. And, while we're on the subject of troubles, I myself have a private matter I'd like to bring to your attention. It involves a magic relic I rather foolishly sought. A weapon called the Staff of Pergamon. Jake murdered? Oh, yes. Yes, now I recall. Indeed. I could hardly believe it myself. The Council and I have certainly had our differences over the years, but old squabbles evaporate under such circumstances. Most of the townsfolk are certain Jake's wife Esmeralda is responsible. In fact, the Legion have taken her into protective custody to keep her safe from the mob. As you can imagine, I've known Esmeralda for years. That business between her and the Duke of Ferrol was always a bit, suggestive. But I've never... An all-right bloke, apart from all this Esmeralda nonsense. The whole town knows the only goal of his business trips to Syseal is to spend a night or two at the King Crab Inn with Mrs. Counselor. What? The undead? Yes, for the past 2 years, those blasted skeletons have all but suffocated this city. With all but one trade route overrun, Syseal's once torrential commerce has slowed to a pathetic trickle. What of what now? Oh, you're speaking gibberish. Ah, you mean the Staff of Pergamon. Yes, yes. I was expecting a shipment of weapons, and among the cargo was this very powerful, very rare staff. I managed to place the order through means somewhat, atypical to a government official. Cecil proved an old fool, though, for the merchant slated to deliver it to me has just informed me that the damn thing has gone missing. I fear it may have fallen into the wrong hands, and I wonder if you could retrieve it for me. His name is Conrad, captain of the Tide Splitter, a merchant ship still docked at the Sicil harbor. You can talk to him if you think it'd help, but I'd quite like to avoid getting the Legion involved, if you don't mind. The staff itself contains a shard of an ore, highly valued for its use in the weapons of war. I know use of the material to be forbidden, but I was desperate to do something to aid the townsfolk against the undead. Well, I do believe that's something your parents ought to have discussed with you long ago, Source Hunter. But I suppose if you really don't know, I'd be remiss if I didn't at least explain the basics. Ah, you see, when a lady and a fellow find each other rather nice, well, rather more than nice, they occasionally... Oh, this is nonsense. I'm the mayor for the 7th sake. I can't be bothered to chat all day about the birds and the bees. That depends. What kind of berries are you interested in, exactly? Ah, the library. Yes, yes, you must have a visit. It's the gem. Marvelous. What? Oh, yes. This library is the jewel in Sicil's crown, the beacon of culture and learning in our fair city.
New book to be discovered in this library.
Will have to pay yet another fine.
My Victoria has every volume you could possibly imagine, and she's got every speck of information about this place packed into her brilliant brain. Yes, Victoria's come a long way from that little bundle of claws and teeth I adopted so long ago. Ah, it brings a tear to my eye just seeing her here among her beloved books. What? Oh, yes, yes. I'll be on my way back downstairs now. Please introduce yourself. I know Victoria will be happy to make your acquaintance.
This library.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for.
Who placed this book here?
The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Mayhem.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum.
Brief history of
The
Cecil
first
still
edition
hasn't been
too.
returned.
Most
Celeron
promising.
will have to pay yet another fine.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Pseudomonarchia Daemonum.
The Night
first
Prince
edition
Hugh
too.
Armor.
Most
Princess
promising.
Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stenteken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Encyclopedia Daemonium. I know it
Princess
by
Buttercup
heart.
with the blushing bottom. Stenteken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no
Cash
new
Dinar.
book to be discovered
Brief
in this
history of
library?
sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay yet another fine.
No, this isn't the
Volume one,
grimoire I'm
Volume
looking for.
two.
Is there
Where's
no
the
new
third
book
one
to be
gone?
discovered in this library?
So, sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
No, this isn't the
The
grimoire
knight
I'm
in
looking
see-through
for.
armor. Princess Buttercup
The
with
Encyclopedia
blushing bottom.
Demonium. I know it by heart.
Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
No,
Kajdinar.
this isn't the grimoire
Brief
I'm
history
looking
of
for.
sorcery still hasn't
The
been returned.
Pseudo-Monarchia
Celeron will have to pay yet
The
another
first
fine.
edition too. Most promising. The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The
Volume 2.
Pseudo-Monarchia
Where's the
Demonum.
third
And
one
the
gone?
first edition too.
Shamsu.
Most promising.
Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Pseudo-Monarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem!
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by heart.
Volume 1, Volume 2. But where's the third one gone? Shatsu. Sometimes I think these books sprout little legs in the night.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this
The knight
library?
in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stentiken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty,
No,
hasn't she?
this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Kajdinar. The brief history of sorcery still hasn't been returned. Celeron will have to pay yet another fine.
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. Is there no new book to be discovered in this library?
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem!
Demonology for dumbbells. Ugh. I need something more advanced. The Encyclopedia Demonium. I know
Princess
it by heart.
Buttercup with the blushing bottom. Stentiken. Esmeralda does have a propensity for all things naughty, hasn't she?
The Lesser Key of Sadakandras. Ugh, what nonsense. The Pseudo-Monarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
Who placed this book here? A volume of poetry among novels? Urak! What mayhem!
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm looking for. The Pseudo-Monarchia Daemonum. And the first edition too. Most promising.
The knight in see-through armor. Princess Buttercup with the blushing bottom.
No, this isn't the grimoire I'm
Esmeralda
looking
does
for.
have a propensity for all things naughty,
The
hasn't she?
Encyclopedia Demonium. I know it by
Hey!
heart.
Stop that!
Legion's greetings. I have been informed about your heroics on the beach. Were that I had been there to partake in the battle. But my duties lie here. Sworn, I am Septimus, 7th son in a household of 9, legionnaires all. Me and 2 brothers of mine were assigned to Sicile from day 1. Alas, both of them have long since fallen in battle against the dead. But never shall I lose heart. Long as a single legionnaire stands, all of us remain undefeated in the eyes of the gods. So fair a lady I have seldom seen in all of Rivalon. My steadfast will I... Legion's greetings, Hunter.
Lords above, grant me patience. You're a source hunter, aren't you? Here because you think I killed my husband. How many times do I need to state and restate my complete innocence in the matter? Well, what do you want to know? Sometimes I forget they're even out there, to be honest. Remember above all to stay behind the wall, we tell our children. And when you've been heeding your own advice for seasons on end, you almost start to forget what the fuss was about in the first place. Better not to, though. They're still out there, the dead. And from the looks of it, they'll all never imagine that finding a £1/4 of mouldy, moth-eaten flour would be a cause for celebration in this city. How things have changed. I am Esmeralda, wife of Jake, and now, alas, his widow. Poor man. We were both so young when we married. He so rich and I so poor, but his one and only princess just the same. Like I told just about every legionnaire in town, I don't know anything about poor Jake's murder. I want his killer found and tried, but everyone suspects me of this evil deed. And you're no different, are you? So what happened? Some of them tittle-tattling crab chasers down the pub call me a murderous gold digger and you believe them? These insinuations truly go beyond the pale. Oh, I think I'm getting one of my headaches.
To be quite adamant about her innocence.
We'll need to look for evidence if we want to prove she actually did the evil deed.
Leave me be, I have a job to do.
The hunter returns! I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth.
Hey, stop that!
Assure me, dear Septimus, that you haven't been fighting those awful...
There must be some way to open this. Toasty.
Feeling hot under the collar?
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Ahu's invention. These days, don't ask me how...
Her off you before she could do any real damage.
Any real damage? Are you joking? I've been mauled. I'll be disfigured for life.
Ah, come on with the dramatics. It's not as bad as all that.
Beyond these walls,
The face
the
furious.
dead roam. She pricked me in the face.
Look on the bright side. Everyone knows the ugly soldiers are the most for...
Hey, who's that then? Come on, stand where my good eye can see you.
Easy, Tull. That's the source hunter you're talking to.
She may have the look of a woman if you squint hard enough, but she's no more than a wild animal. We got reports of a strange-looking outsider skulking through the town with her bow drawn. I found her crouched behind a tree, taking aim at a fat old rat trotting along the city walls. I tapped her on the shoulder to see what was what, and the beast startled like a wild cat and lunged right at me.
Bit Tullia right in the face, she did. It wasn't pretty, and now it's got a chunk ripped off it to boot.
Enjoy it while you can, Ver. There's not another legionnaire in the cohort that'll have you if I go rabid.
Well, that's to be decided. She doesn't seem to be sick, despite Tully's moaning. We can't keep her here forever, but we can't well send her into the wilds again, can we?
Perhaps it'd be worth taking this stranger under our wing. She'll likely come in handy if we can trust her to watch our backs.
After all, a fearless hunter might prove quite useful for our investigation.
Well, that's a relief, ain't it? We found a good home for her after all, Tull.
Heed me, Source Hunter. She's not good for anything more than...
Source Hunter. I have heard tales both grand and terrible about the world of humans. I myself was caged one moment and freed the next by our kind. In Home Forest, every creature acts according to the nature of its kind. Birds frighten easily, badgers fear little. But amongst men, there are no guarantees.
Nuts! Recruits! That was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again!
It is difficult for me to claim humanity as you do. I am still learning to see myself in the faces of those I meet. And those I meet do not always see themselves in me. It is strange to stand with one foot in the forest and the other in the city, Source Hunter. I am glad that now I have you standing beside me.
To the barracks! Nuts! Recruits! That was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Attention! About face! To the barracks, march! Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Attention! About face! To the barracks, march! Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Attention! About face! To the barracks, march! Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Better to evacuate this place while the... Attention! About face! To the barracks, march! Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Attention! About face! To the barracks, march! Recruits, that was sloppier than Sicilian stew. Again! Those books will embarrass a big folk. Get the shining recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
Sir, no, sir.
What do you think you're doing? Source Hunter, welcome, but certainly. What would you like to know? Oh, that'll never happen. Granted, a witch could make the polymorph permanent if she'd enchant me in my cat guise, but I'll just have to be careful around witches, won't I? I'm my own wizard, you know, and I don't intend to become anyone's familiar. Oh, I am but a wizard, a guardian of man and beast, and indeed I am both. My body, like any other, my task, you see, to my great regret. Oh, but that's such to be out. But of course it's handy to speak in more than...
What have we here, then? A so-called source hunter. Gods above! Some politician snuffs it and everyone's in an uproar. Ridiculous! I told that wizard brat of an Ahu not to bother. But he just had to send for source hunters, didn't he? Bloody magicians. They see a pigeon poop and think sorcery's afoot. Nevertheless, I want to be kept in the loop. Understand? I am in command of this town, not Mayor Cecil, not Ahu, and definitely not some hotshot source hunter. So investigate Jake's death if you feel so inclined, but report back to me the moment you discover something out of the ordinary. The scene of the crime is over at the King Crab Inn. You can tell the guard you have my permission to enter. Now off with you! Esmeralda is Jake's wife. Well, widow. Everyone in town, down to the crabs on the beach, is What? You're going to stand there and claim with a straight face your order never wrongly tortured and executed anyone? Hardly. But I won't stand for such nonsense. If you bring evidence before me, I'll evaluate it with perfect objectivity. The Legion relies on reason, see? Not idle superstition. I'm Captain Aureus, if you must know, leader of the Legion in Sicil. By which I mean I have the enviable task of commanding a battalion of walking dead. For I fear it may well be but a matter of time before the undead undo all my soldiers and turn them into drivelling hordes of their own misshapen number. Ah, the Source Hunter. Oh, if you must. I'd say they're looking for weak Brava. How am I? We are the Yes, and he also spends most of his time in the guy.
Your return marks of victory, Hunter. We'll vanquish our foes yet.
Legionnaire at your service. You don't look like you're quite ready to head out. Thank you for
Some bricks full. Get to shining recruits.
Sorry, sir.
You think that's funny, Private?
One coin or two, noble spirit? One coin or two? Oh, I am a happy man, and certainly a humble one now. A fool once. I'd heard they were not to be trusted. They told me that I would find fame and renown if I renounced my worldly possessions. All. Fire, the most thorough cleanser, was my method. But as my house burned in front of me, I felt no elevation, no piety, only the sudden weight of my own idiocy upon my very soul. May the soul of Astarte smile upon you. Thank you, kind one.
So, those statues told him he'd have to renounce his earthly possessions to become a spiritual leader, did they?
Absurd. Since when is poverty a prerequisite of spirituality?
Right. I'm not good.
a familiar face. It seems even my youth and even I don't know how he inspires such loyalty with less talent contained between his hat and his boots than I've in my...
You there?
Fantastic.
You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
Zombie ate your dog? Orc sunk your ship? No matter. You're at Katerina's. Well, I've an open stage in the theatre's fifth. Check the library and speak.
Hear the stage.
Enjoying the fair, aren't you? Of course you are. And as I said, darling, speak to Master Chaucer if you're ready for your debut. He...
My word!
Come on!
My word!
Today, I think, a king...
Back for more, I see! Well, I can't say I'm surprised. What with Stefan rattling off legend, I think you've gotten quite familiar enough. But I am... Enter!
himself. Patience. Pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Steph, it won't be the worst indignation.
Hey, you there!
My word!
Don't ask me what the...
Don't ask me what the tale's about. I'm just here for the eye candy.
This show is...
Step right up!
My word!
Today, I think...
My word!
The great singer...
Source hunters, eh? All right, proper, we're finally getting a hand. Things is chaos. If you've got a favourite sheep, best to fry her up now. Yes. Oh, Ogget's been missing for more than a fortnight. Now that the herd's gone, recently...
Hello. I'm a painter. I travel...
Never thought I'd... I'm dead at every exit! Orcs upon the harbour! We're sealed in!
Oh, hello, love. Nice day for a little stroll around the market, isn't it?
Yellow and green, the finest edgy size seals ever seen.
About time the council took notice of us. You here for the bone rattler?
Fresh haddock. Perfect for fry.
Say, no one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I, borrowed one of these fish, would you?
Borrow, indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear. Oh, my story's tired by now. I was happy enough, prosperous enough, before these lean times around Sicil began. Still, I never would have dreamt of resorting to petty theft during better times. But what choice have I got now? If it's steal or starve, I'll choose steal. So what do you think?
Size seals ever seen.
That merchant has to eat too, you know. Leave the fish alone.
Yes, you know what they say about giving a man a fish? This man should learn to stand on his own 2 feet.
I suppose you've got a point. Another day, another rumbling belly. Fed a hungry man, you know.
Shut tight.
to and fro the city's youth. They hustle and bustle.
You there! A moment of your indulgence, if you please. You are the Source Hunter, are you not? The hero the whole of Sightseal is abuzz about. The talk... No, scratch that. It is so much more than a delight. It is an intervention of fate. Yes, that's it. Fate has put me on this very spot so I may tell you all about a most intriguing opportunity indeed.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could even fathom, sage Slim.
Mendius, at your service. What is my profession? Well, I'll tell you what it used to be, and that is a man of medicine. But what does a man of medicine do but mend what has first been broken? I saved lives, to be sure, but today I change them.
Come now, Alistair. Surely you've met your match once or twice.
Oh, it's not merely...
Of course I do. How could someone in my profession not...
Quite right.
See here. You and I share. Too bad.
Riches do not interest me much, actually.
Really?
Well, don't quarrel about it on my... Even so, my friend, matters of a pecuniary nature aside, what is life without variety?
It's better to lead than to follow. That much is true.
Better to be served.
Well spoken. Well, and that is exactly why I am here. Why fate has put me right by the door to the King Crab, so that I could meet you and tell you about... They call the undead a problem. You'd like nothing more than to enlist, wouldn't you? Of course. What a... Now then, of course, by now, work hard. Fulfill contracts. Enlist new knights, and swiftly shall you...
Waiting for what, exactly?
Oh, you think you can speak that way to her? Well, suffice to say it, I've got my eye.
They say he's privy to ancient and arcane secrets, the likes of which I doubt you could
A
even...
source hunter! I'd like to report some dark magic. Only tainted hearts could tip as miserably as this lot. Been at the King Crab nearly 10 years now, personally. Seen every character you can imagine from... I think I'm one of the last folks to hear him alive. That awful scream has been ringing in my ears ever since. And with the room where it all happened still under quarantine, we've a constant reminder of exactly what happened. Though that's the question, isn't it? What exactly did happen? We all thought it was Esmeralda who checked. I was washing up and nudging. Lucky for the perpetrators, I was rinsing bottles in the back when the terrible deed took place.
Look careful now. Your head's...
Hello. I suppose you're here to viciously interrogate me for information I don't have, like our noble Captain Aureus before you. Yes, she and I have a history. That's hardly a secret anymore. I quite doubt it was even a secret from Jake while he lived. As easy as it would be to pin suspicions on Esmeralda or I assure you that the affair was never so steamy and sordid as the busybodies around town make it out to be. Jake and Esmeralda had no great affection for each other. He had his interests, she had hers, and there was little passion left between them. Certainly not enough to fuel a murder. I am the Duke of Ferrell, Though I suppose my name is in the mouths of enough ruthless gossipers that you've heard of me by now.
She bearing a fair.
It's very tragic news. I won't postulate.
Tell me, Alistair, have you ever...
Back, demon! Back, or I'll... Well, what's this? Oh, Medora, you lummox. 1,000 pardons, comrade. This old bear's edgier than a dodecahedron these days.
The likes of which I doubt you could even...
I'll tell you, it sure does me good to set eyes on another of our order. From Academy West, aren't you? Heavens hornets! That's quite a story, comrade. And come to think of it, see, I'm here on... well, let's call it a loan from a town to the... There's been an attack. What they wanted, I came south seeking the Legion's help. Only to find it tied here inside by the skin of my teeth, comrade. I managed to wrench free of my captor's grip. You wouldn't. Medora's the name. Well, comrade, I need a contingent. I've been scouting Sicil for some time now, and I believe I've sucked more than I'd hoped, comrade. There's Mayor's, and on top of it all, now don't get me wrong, I think the Mayor's a decent sort, even if he can't hear farther than the tip of his own nose. But from what I've heard whispered around the docks, the old guy's gotten himself mixed up in something not quite on this side of the law. I suspect an illegal sauce artifact or substance is at the root of it, but exactly what or who's given it to him, I can't say. And since I haven't technically been assigned to Sicil, I don't have the authority to interrogate him. Fella seems like a humble doctor, but I bet my sword he's dealing in something darker than splints and tonics. A loose-lipped fishmonger let slip that she'd seen our good doctor scale the city wall on 2 separate occasions, well past midnight each time. What business could he have among the undead? Hardly the habit of an innocent healer, I'd say. You mean you don't already know, comrade? Their kind can see in the dark. It ain't natural. Well, you know the old expression. 2's a tea party. 3's an invasion. I know this place like the back of my hand by now, and the orcs up north will be short work for...
We can't in good conscience take on a task so...
We wish you luck, Medora.
By the demon's tomb, I never thought I'd live to see a sauce hunter dismiss an eager comrade. That's what they teach you about... Well, you're lucky we Northies have a certain expression. Better to do right...
Pointless chatter with strangers does so thrill me. How did you know? Can I tell you? How curious of...
Blood of me? You mean you don't recognize me? Well, yeah. Oh.
Hearty welcome to the King Crab Inn, and a pleasure to have. The name's Ivad. All you Sheevies? Well, between you and me, things have been rather sloughed. My counsellor Jake, that poor man. I knew too much about his affairs, you know. Never figured it my business to say anything, but after all that's happened, I wonder if that weren't a grave mistake. Esmeralda's longest-standing lover has the audacity to remain lodged at this very inn, you know. He's called the Duke of Ferrell. A high title for a low man. If you haven't yet asked him about Esmeralda, I'd recommend it. That room where it happened, it was rented to a certain woman, though I regret to say I can't say exactly who. This inn isn't in the business of asking many questions, if you know. She came heavily cloaked, but paid the full sum in advance. I was used to such transactions after many similar concerning a certain Esmeralda. Figured this were just more at same. I saw one other figure go into the room that night. Someone tall, built broad like a man, but shrouded the same as she. Again, standard practice for Mrs. Counsellor and her visitors. I was startled awake by a horrendous hubbub shortly after midnight. I jumped up and grabbed me grandpappy's machete, bleary-eyed in a washing fright. By the time I burst into that room, it was horribly silent. There was only Jake on the floor, dead, surrounded by what may as well have been a battlefield. Whoever done it has escaped through the window, but I saw nary a soul when I looked out. You can bet I hightailed it to the Legion barracks faster than a jackrabbit after that.
Oh, my good man.
Come now, Alistair.
Drink, you please.
Surely you've met your
Please
match
do
once
keep
or
shouting,
twice.
lady.
Ha! The closest I've come to my match is when I laid you over Lockhart right in my pipe.
Greetings, Source Hunter. I don't mean not exactly the friendliest bloke the captain is.
Source. What happened? Is this a dream?
I don't think so. That stone. Somehow it sent us flying into the stars.
Terrible, terrible, terrible! It will consume us all. By the quill that lasts a billion words, what's this? Two Rivalonians here? At the end of space and time? How very, very, very curious. Oh, yes, proper introductions. Zigzags the historian at your service. It is my job to record all that was, and is, and hopefully all that is to be. As for how I got here, well, for a historian appointed by the gods themselves, hopping to the end of time is as easy as 1, 2, 3. How you got here, though, on such a tiny and rapidly shrinking vestige of space and time, I wouldn't have expected to find a soul but my own shadow. At last a question I can answer most definitively. I mentioned already that this place is the end of time. If that didn't send your heart into your stomach and your pulse a-flutter, it should have. Time ought naturally to have no end at all. Indeed, I can think of no worse. Show, don't tell, I always say.
It may be quite mad.
Then we had better appease him and have a look through the looking lens.
You saw? Terrifying, isn't... What, the portal? It's quite sprung to life, just like the long, dormant flames that decorate this observatory. You, dear stranger, you must be the key. Something about your presence here is causing the end of time to grow. The true end itself to move further away. Those torches, a light! This portal active once more! It cannot be coincidence.
right you are. There's so much to take in, I'd nearly forgotten. And what you saw has been haunting my mind since I first discovered it. It is the void itself. The dragon that is devouring creation. When I speak of the end of time, this is exactly what I mean. Say for sure where it came from, how or why, but I do know this. It's shrinking our future by the second. And if we don't stop it, it will devour the past and present as well. It's not that I believe, it's that I have seen. Long have I been waiting here, hoping that one day this very portal would ignite. Then, no longer than a few mere moments after you arrive, zap it goes. The chronicler of time knows a pattern when he sees one. Ah, though I cannot say for certain, if it is what I believe, then our prayers might well be answered. In fact, every last question that ever plagued your noggin might well be answered, for I believe what lies beyond this portal is nothing other than... But why spoil the mystery? As soon as we leap through, we'll find out for certain. After you, after you. Oh, what wonders we may find on the other side. You first. Yes! Just as I'd hoped. There she is. There it is.
And he's off.
It seems the imp has spotted exactly who and what he'd hoped to find here.
Could it be, milady? The weaver of time? Mother of history? Author of all that has ever been?
Indeed, Sir Imp. As surely as you are he who chronicles all that I weave.
Astounding! Unbelievable! I have so many questions for you, so much to ask, so much to say.
You have brought guests, I see. Strange. Very strange guests.
My reaction exactly, milady. It was their arrival here at the end of time that instigated my finding you. But why? Surely you must know.
This is a question better put to our guests themselves. Tell us, how did you arrive upon this plane? If any other being in Rivellon asked me about the details of their comings and goings, I could describe them down to the minutest of details. But you are different. Of you, I see nothing. I know nothing. So please, do tell me, how did you arrive here? A stone. So, it was a stone that caused the great shock of energy that brought you here, and it infused you with new life as well. Is that so? Not like this, no. What happened to you is unique in all my work. Never had I experienced something so contrary to my nature. To weave something I had not seen, had not expected. Life does not simply spring into existence, you see. But yours has. You appeared before me from the moment you came into contact with that stone. Starstone. I now know it to be called.
But, Madam Weaver, how is it possible? Do you not see all? Have you not woven all that is and could ever be into your tapestry?
Like the stones, your guests are a mystery to me. I see them before me in this world, but their likenesses appeared not upon my tapestry until they revived the stone. Source hunters, it would seem that yourselves and Starstone are inextricably linked. Why and how, I cannot say, but I do believe that finding more stones will reveal to me who you yourselves truly are. Starstone is not what it seems, Source Hunter. Its true nature must be part of a greater secret, a secret lost even to me. Do you see what violence my work has suffered? What wounds lay upon the tapestry of time?
Mysteries of all time, gaps in history. Oh, how they've tormented me for eons.
It would appear that Starstone transforms at your touch, granting me new thread by which to mend the tapestry. Thus, it restores time itself.
I see. What the void would shrink, Starstone restores.
Yes. Though I cannot explain why this Starstone is the antidote to the void's ravishment of our realm. If we do not restore time, if we do not discover the true nature of these stones, the void will consume us all. Indeed you must, though I may not yet—
Why, of—
Without these—
That shall never— Please. Come, come! I got
The last chest, the last chest! If you believe yourself worthy of rifling through my ample treasures, I do dare you to prove it! Find my 4 sisters, no more than one in each of the realms of your wide world, and each by each, you'll discover how to open me!
What will it be, Source Hunter? Do tell! So, what do you think, Source Hunter? What will it be, Source Hunter? Do tell! So, what do you think, Source Hunter? What will it be, Source Hunter? Do tell! Come, come! I've got something for you if you're up to the challenge. Come, come! I've got something for the glint in your gate. No, but you'll need a... Luckily, the power of portals is known to you, so I'll let you in on the little secret of how to transport back and forth from the end of time. Just, don't go sharing it around. Never know who we can trust these days. Off you go, then. You've star-crossed my... Like the imp said to the ballista operator. Shoot, wouldn't it just? Would that I had a Starstone sightseeing guide, but alas, such a booklet. Just like yourselves, Starstones are curiously, from what I can gather, ruins, caves, the lairs of long-forgotten evils. Those are the dens you should... Oh, I don't know if I'm more than those things per se, but having been given a divine mission does have its perks. Old age can't touch me, that's one. Immortality is mine as long as no one skewers me with a sword, and even then I'll be back in a jiffy. But of course I have a price to pay for something that is priceless. It is my duty to record all of history, and an arduous task that is. Not to mention how much stress that void out there is causing me. The end of time. I'll be out of a job. So, gather those starstones so that we may know the history that was lost. Lonesome, observing the frontier? Well, yeah, perhaps you can imagine the this we met before. Good to see you on the shelter plate. I wonder, do you know more about the void? What it is? What lies at the heart of it?
What lies at its heart? Why, nothing, of course. The great absence of all that even the gods cannot comprehend. It eludes us, like infinity, or the finality of tick-tocking time. How welcome you are upon this realm, our most honored guest. I hope you begin to find this place more familiar than it may yet. In the ethereal threads of it, the drift, except it seems. Ask, and I shall answer. Allow a hit. I am, and quite I do, but what it I know, but knew thee. How might I serve our mission? How might I serve our mission? How might I serve our mission? In the drift, except ask. I am, perhaps, am I the beginning? And am I, oh Hunter, I have no need. And yet, I do enjoy your companionship. For you may prove to become the quite so. Your absence, it should be an impossibility. But no matter where I look, you cannot be found. I do not know you, which makes you my one perennial imperfection, a blind spot in the eye of time. But perchance I may be cured of this blindness, perchance the blemish. I think that perhaps you know that no, but sudden new threat these starstones. Please, seek them so that time may...
Good to see you on the shelter plane. I hope, like the imp said to the ballista operator, shoot! I wonder, do you know more about the void? What it is? What lies at the heart of it?
What lies at its heart?
Source Hunters, I welcome you once again to the realm of Rivellon after your travels through the chasms of space. I know the imp historian has told you about his agent on Rivellon, and that agent is I. So now that you know of the alliance between me and Sir Zigzags, let us turn to the business at hand. Starstone.
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks. Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks.
Size seal, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels.
Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage.
Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
I can't even smell the sea air over this rot.
And I'll be delighted to give it. Dark webs are being woven around these parts, and it is my firm belief starstones are the flies the sorcerer spiders are trying to catch. It can therefore hardly be a coincidence that Councillor Jake was a collector of the stones we seek. His foul murder and the plight of dying time must somehow be interconnected. That means the task you have been given remains crucial. Find the assassin that did away with Jake, for you're bound to stumble upon Starstone along the way. While you were being lectured by our friend the historian and the grande dame of time, I snuck into his house and had a look around. The advantage of being a cat, you know. You go where you please with impunity. And sometimes the lady of the house even rewards you with a slice of fresh herring. That's where I saw them in a cabinet. Mere slivers, but specks of starstones nonetheless. They lay there, silent and innocent, though bloody murder may have been committed in their name. Don't we all long for a sanctuary where our worldly troubles can be held at bay? A bed or a basket so snug it becomes, in a word, safety. But perhaps I speak only for myself, not for veterans such as yourselves that by necessity call any patch of ground they rest upon home. Like any cat worth its salt, though, I deeply cherish a secret refuge unbeknownst to anyone. To be able to repose without a care is such a precious circumstance, save it all too seldomly. I met him first, a long time ago, out in the wastes of Youthful Gore. He wondered aloud what on earth a cat was doing out there in the scorching desert, then shared what little food and water he had with him. So I told him who I was and showed him my human form. He laughed and marveled and told me stories about his travels. In the end, he even shared his great sorrow with me. The unspeakable thing you saw through his looking lens. I was awed and frightened, but swore to help him in any way I could. As of now, that includes helping the two of you. Let me phrase it like Zigzags might. A universe without time is like a pen without ink. A pointless instrument stripped of the potential of creation. It is void. It is death. It is nothing. I'll not pretend to have all the answers, or that I understand all that is happening here and out there among the stars, but I do know I'd rather err on the side of caution. If Zigzags worries, I worry. We are talking about a creature, after all, that has reclined among the divines as nonchalantly as you and I laze beside the hearths of home. Oh, before you go, here, take this teleporter pyramid. A handy toy indeed that Zigzags asked me to give to you. You'll need the other one too if you want to make use of its powers, but alas, I seem to have misplaced it. Don't worry though. Use this one here and it'll take you straight to its twin. Now that this matter has been settled, hunters, I shall detain you no longer. But rest assured, I'll do my share of hunting too. So
You can smell the sea air over this plot.
They're dead.
And they might have lived if we hadn't intervened.
We'll have none of that, you hit.
By the gods! She killed them!
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks. I can't even smell the sea air over this plot.
What is going on here? First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Get out, will you? little mix-up indeed.
No,
if you please.
This room is private. If she soaks in flower stink much longer, deer will smell this lady from a field
Don't
away.
just stand there.
I'll save a leg of something good for when she begins to starve.
Away with you!
What are you still doing here? Begone! Out! No!
I've
if
got
you
my eyes on the
please.
prize.
This room is private. Don't... What do you think you're...
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the Northern Cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize that reward money won't be lighting your...
Greetings, traveller. And may the Immaculate Conduit's myriad blessings... What's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the Conduit's eyes? You mean you haven't heard? Steal by following her in... She... Ah, there. Go on the...
He says he's an immaculate. But I thought they'd been banning.
Looking good.
Whatever happened to that troop of eager imbeciles we sent to the Northern Cave?
Do I seem like the sort who concerns myself with such things?
You'll be concerned enough when you realize...
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes. Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Treasure!
abundance.
As soon as we're packed up.
Striking it rich!
That loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever hear about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for a joyride?
No, it isn't, but drove it straight to the pub and back.
And don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Council's wife.
That why we never say we just door anymore.
Speaking of youthful yore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for a joyride?
No, it isn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back.
And don't forget the time he got caught passing a love note to the Lizard Council's wife.
That why we never say we just door anymore.
Speaking of youthful yore, that loopy legionnaire really thinks that orky charm loves him.
I wouldn't let an orc within 500 yards of my loving nature.
Ever heard about the time the captain took the Duchess of Federal's carriage for a joyride?
I've got my eyes on the prize.
No, it isn't. He drove it straight to the pub and back. Yes, honest pay for an honest day. Steady, boys, steady. We'll be leaving as soon as we're packed up.
Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage. Slimy, reeking, rotting sea garbage.
Size seal, shiver me timbers and sliver me heels.
Plenty of fish in the sea, but I've got the foulest of the lot on my racks.
Still thinking about exploring the beach? You're free to go, though we Legionnaires are on... I don't think you're quite ready to... I certainly hope...
The Sicilians retreated from this battle, but what about the orcs?
Either they've taken to the sea, or set up an encampment in yonder caves. Keep your weapon at the ready.
I spotted something.
I don't have the right tools.
Hypocrites, liars, fiends.
Wherever you go, there I am. The Sicilians retreated from this battle. But what about the orcs?
Either they've taken to the sea or set up an encampment in yonder caves. Keep your weapon at the ready.
Away with your weapons! I don't want to fight. I ain't after no fancy stone. I just want to bury these bodies the traditional way. It's the least I could do for my dear brother Oggy. Oh, he was such a dear lad he was. We wanted to see in our village. Oh, poor Oggy will never see her again. Tradition goes that there weren't so many spoiled after the battle, but I managed to give old Oggy the best set. A proud send-off for a proud soldier.
This orc is obviously bereft. We may risk missing out on that armor set, but we've got to leave him be.
Agreed. Robbing the dead is bad enough, but to do...
Don't think I didn't see that twinkle in your eye when I spoke of the armor. Small bone in our hometown, don't play dumb with me, small bones. You know as well as I that your little city here won't be rid of us orcs till my kind gets that fancy schmancy bloodstone you got in yonder cove.
Not to accidentally disturb any graves.
We made a promise to an orc after all.
Yes, it's true.
Well, what's this I've spotted?
Away with your weapons! Away! I'd pour out a whole pipe for you if I could, brother.
Focus!
I must focus.
My heart beats too slowly to sustain me.
I'm fading. Fast. Chaos grips my hands today. Back on my feet again.
Power!
Oh, hello! What have we here? An adventurer, I judge, by the world-weary look of your weapon, and a noble by the wonderfully deep pockets clipped to your belt. What luck! What luck! Charla is my name, good friend. I came to this second life some time ago. Some years? Years, it must be. Or perhaps not. In any case, so many wonderful. Have a look by. You look like. Goodbye then, good friend.
Take heed. I anticipate snares and perils aplenty.
My heart beats too slowly to sustain me.
footprints are enormous.
Watch out. Orcs that large think with their clubs, not their heads.
Once my arrow tastes blood, it craves more. You were right there.
May I be hired as the Lion of Summer?
You were right there.
I spotted something interesting.
One mark is not enough.
Stand down before I put you down.
Gods, give me an endless quiver. What's this? I found something.
I'd pour out a whole pipe for you if I could, brother.
Sigurd's beard! What a find! I don't have the right tool for mining.
Wait! I see a trap nearby. You say you will take me under your wing. In truth, this is... And so the wise godwolf Amira. Wraith. As good as a new penny. Into the fray once more. Better already.
Back on my feet again. On the mend!
white light.
unending darkness.
As good as a new penny.
Bless the Seven, I am restored.
Out of my way!
castle! Maybe now you can learn something useful, like how to wash your underthings.
Everything we do seems to fortify your abilities. Have no fear, my friend. Looks like that dog is
Perhaps he
awfully
wants to
agitated.
tell us something.
May the seven keep you. Peace be with you, traveller. May your lost loved ones rest in peace. I once lived a prosperous life. With my husband, Lonnie never recovered from the loss. And when a group of mercenaries, predators, more aptly called, came to town dangling the opportunity to annihilate those undead devils, Lonnie lapped up their rhetoric and joined without so much as a backward glance. She was killed less than a week after she joined. Here she lies, and he...
I don't have the right tool for digging. I don't have the right tool for digging.
Crux of years. Oh, how nice it is of you. The very picture of youth, to break the monotony of an elder's day. Wild away on this hardwood bench. Pray, let me be forward with you. O sapling rose, O leaf of spring, for my weary mind is troubled, and would hide. I am but an aged elf that has seen the years parade in long queued hot spiced wine, and a snug little room awaits us on the King Crab's first floor. Let us go there, so that we can warm our bones, yet make shiver our hearts with a tale of loss and sorrow.
Better to evacuate this place while there's still some left to save, I say.
Don't scuttle away before you've tried some of the ocean's finest. I listened in while you were talking to that...
Oh, hello, love. Nice day for a little...
What are ye staring at? Captain Joe Scallywag.
Never thought I'd see Seal in such dire strait.
Heavenly herring!
Pull your head. I'll get white cheese, blue...
Here for your daily serving of veggies. Please partake of the plumpest produce ever.
Good stuff.
Oh, no, noble friend. Your upper chakras are in desperate need of a good scrubbing. Fortunately for you, my home-brewed tinctures will do the job. Or if you're in the mood for something a bit more electrifying, one of my air scrolls might give your system just the shock it needs.
you chicken!
Quiet day on the market, it seems.
Good day to you.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows. No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Get it while it's fresh. These batches only hours of the same.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Ain't straight, ain't true. Aaron's by the dozen. Heavenly herring, delicious goldfish. Yours for a scrap of.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Get it while it's fresh. These batches only hours of the same.
Let us see if
Ah, gracious. Dearest customer, I've never seen an aura so plagued by ether. Thank Astarte, I've just the earth scroll to ground you.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
No better solution to the zombie problem than a set of silver arrows.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
A good day to you.
Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Potions to bemuscle you, scrolls to entussle you.
Feed a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
let us see if you can choose the finest greens.
Not the mood for cheese. That excuse is more home than a slice of this fine Corvus.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Toe of snake, wing of worm, brew 'em, spice 'em, stir and churn.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Penny takers, come on, you chickens.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Not in the mood for cheese. An excuse is more holes than the slice of this pie.
Sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Made a big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Bleeding waste standing here without so much as a piglet in the pen.
Join the Spud Club if you got an eye for farm potatoes.
Well, what sort of arrows do you want? Freezing? Silver? Poison? Get to the point.
More holes than a slice of this fine Corbin Aaron has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies size seals ever seen.
Not in the mood for cheese. An excuse is more holes than a slice of this fine
Well, hello there.
Dwarf snake.
I swear I saw a lady in red upon the beach, but everyone laughs and says I'll see mermaids next.
The hunter returns. I hope you are here to shop rather than sleuth. Listen, if you're going to accuse me of something, you would better find the evidence. Starstone? Do you mean to imply he collected something dangerous? Something that may have gotten him into trouble? Well, what do you want to know? I am Esmeralda. Well, what do you want to know? Say so. Now, sometimes I forget they're even...
Source Hunter. I know you're probably knee-deep in that awful murder investigation. We've been conducting a series of expeditions into undead territory, and I'm afraid I must admit they've met with very little success. Lieutenant Selenia, at your service. I'm Captain Aureus' second-in-command, but rest assured I am a lot more kindly inclined towards Source Hunters than he is. Now, I certainly don't mind a bit of healthy competition, and even rivalry between our orders, but I, for one, have no intention of looking a gift horse in the mouth. And that is exactly what your presence in Sicil is, Source Hunter. A gift and a blessing. Only heroes such as yourself can make a true difference in this troubled part of the world. Such is my honest conviction. The undead. I pitied them at first. Many among them were once kind and innocent civilians of Sicil after all. No longer do I feel that way, though. Too many of my soldiers have fallen. The dead must be put down without mercy, if we can. The bravest among my men and women tell me they are weaker in the... I shall be very glad to share what information... If ever we... 3 landmarks which are... There's also the chance... Divines doubly bless you, friend.